I cannot play the same game all the time. No, because there isn't any game I've ever played where I can play it non-stop every single day. All day, every single day. Uh-oh. Are we finally in? There we go. Okay. So, Paladin has not really changed. That's good. Alright. Chat, so first things first. I'm going to pick up my collector edition rewards and make a very quick video about it. And I'll throw this on YouTube, like, later. So, let's get straight into it. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, I'm going to be showing you the collector edition rewards for Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So, finally into Endwalker. Let's see what they sent me. So, cool. So, what did I get? I got Medfina's Earring. This is a pre-order bonus. And the wind-up Palom. So, let me take those. I think I need to re-record this, chat. I think this is the... I don't think you get the collector edition stuff until the game actually launches. And you get the... These are the pre-order bonuses. Editing! Okay, let's... I'll edit the video after. Okay, so recording in... Oh, sorry, let me just do it again. So... 3, 2, 1. Hello guys and welcome. So in this video I'm going to be showing you the pre-order bonuses you get for Final Fantasy XIV in Endwalker. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So you get the wind-up Palom minion. So let's take a look at it. So where do we go? Minion guide. I've got too many minions, so let me just search. Palom. Hello. Right, so it says, based on one half of a pair of twin mages, this charming minion brings an air of mischief wherever it goes. The tales say that the real Palom mastered the dark arts by the age of 5, though one has to question whether teaching dangerous magic to small children is such a good idea. Cool. And then let's summon it. And there is my minion. Okay, let's slash sit. Yaw. Creepy, but yaw. Cool. So that's the minion you get as a pre-order bonus. And then you also get the Medfina Earring. So let's take a look. Medfina Earring, where are you? Where are you? Nope, those are rings. Ears. There it is. I'm so bad at this. What server are you on, Mithrie? I'm on Sargatanis. Okay, here we go again. And you also get the Medfina earrings, which are right here. Hang on a minute. Let me do that another time. And you also get the Medfina earrings. So it says, increases the EXP earned by 30% when level 80 and below. Attributes and item level vary according to the class and job and the current level when equipped. Cool. So I will be using that to level up all the classes I have that are below level 80. So, yeah. So that's the pre-order stuff for Endwalker. When the game fully releases, I will check out, hopefully, the collector edition rewards as well. So, anyway, guys, that's it for this video. If you liked it, be sure to give it a thumbs up. And as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Okay, so that was the worst video of all time. So, let me label it. The FFXIV 6.0 Pre-order bonuses. Draft. Okay, let's move it out the folder so that we can make space. So guys, I'm going to be focusing today on the story as much as possible. Okay, let's see. Don't engage. Okay, has much changed about Paladin recently? Or not really? It doesn't seem like much has changed, to be honest. I don't think anything has changed for Paladin. Okay. Paladin is the same. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and do the story. So let's go to Mordona. Alright, so let's start the story quest. So as per always, I'm going to record this for YouTube in little bits. Hopefully I won't mess up, and I'll do a lot of editing later if I have to. So much as I want to support you, if you're going to do the story, I'll catch you back in a future stream. Yeah, no problem. I was anticipating that some people will not want to get spoiled. So okay, guys, I'm going to be doing the story. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Sorry. Let's do that again. Recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be starting the Endwalker story in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So, I'm here in the Rising Stones in Mordona, and I need to talk to Alpha Node. The first quest is called The Next Ship to Sail, and you get these item-appropriate rewards. So Alpha Node is feeling the need to take stock. Mithrie, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophorei's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Eons Past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Orenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos the Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Today, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude of an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. Master Fortunaut's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Krill, or Kryl. She says that the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldassian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. So we're straight into it. Going straight to the new areas. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see her, of course. Of course, her. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Wow. These quest accepted sounds get worse every expansion. But whatever. Okay. So we have to talk to Tataru and Limsa Laminsa. Where is she? She's over there. Alright. Once we get to Tataru, we will continue. Okay, that was 6 minutes. Let's see. Part 1. Limsa Laminsa. So, as I said, chat, I know that a lot of you will avoid the stream for now while I'm doing the story. I get it. It's to be expected. Well, that interface changed. It's all like pans there before you do anything. That's a lot of people. Hello? Is there a way to hide other NPCs? Like, pretend I can, like, I'm in the game world by myself? Alright. Whatever. Let's just try and muscle our way through. The recording in 3, 2... Hang on. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it. So, wow, there's a lot of people here. Let's see if we can find out how to do it. The problem when everyone is crowded on the NPC. I literally can't select it. There's that many fucking people. So let's cancel that recording. There's supposed to be a way. What button do you press to select the nearest NPC? Hang on, let me check my key bindings. Targeting. Target self. Yeah. Target's nearest NPC, F12. There we go. I might actually put that in the video. Okay. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it here. Now, one thing that you might find at the launch of any expansion is simply, you can see there's too many people crowded around and you can't actually target the NPC. So what you can do is, you can go into Keybind, and then you can look for targeting, and then there's one here, it says target nearest NPC or object. For me, it's F12. So I'm going to go straight in the middle of these guys, because I'll assume that's where the NPC is. Press F12, and there we go, we selected Tataru. So everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Shardian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Oh no, he didn't.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
No, I'll bring the bag safe and sound, I promise. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
I don't know why, I always feel like Tataru is sinister. I don't know if it's on purpose.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Interesting.
Here. Feel. Think.
This feels...
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Feels eerily similar to the 1.0 start.
We're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Hadolin? I can trust your words no longer.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Wow.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Nice. I was waiting for that to happen.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldassian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Mithrie, YouTuber, Twitch streamer, Onic lazy guy, champion of Eorzea, venturer by trade, artisan. Crafter extraordinaire.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Crafting and gathering, yep.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Professional giant. Like being taller than everyone else.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldassian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh, so we finally made it. Alright, first things first, when getting to any new city in this game, I'm going to explore it. I'm going to connect to all of the AFAs, and then we'll carry on in a moment. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I just don't like to record like 40-minute segments at once. Yeah, Joshua, I had the same issue. I went into the queue at something like 2500, and then I got kicked out, and then I ended up back at the queue pretty much at the same spot. Up your cutscene volume? Let's take a look. The voice is already at 100. Let me check the VOD. Okay, so we made it here. Now, one thing that you might...
Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, it's just... because I have... What server are you on? It's in the top right. I'm on Saga Tarnis. Basically, I want to make sure always that when I speak, it easily overpowers the thing. I was kicked only once, yeah. And the thing is, I don't want the volume itself to be too loud, because I don't want to be deafened. I don't want to be... Like, is the volume a problem for anyone else? Nope, nope. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want any spoilers. Fair enough. Yeah. That's basically it. So I want to make sure that I easily overpower. Yeah, because I remember we fixed this last time, isn't it? That's why I basically turned everything else down so that voice could be 100. So the voice is I can't turn up the voice even if I want to. And if I turn up master volume, I will get deafened myself. Did you activate the 2 actions I made? Which 2 actions? T3, well, what's T3? I need to go to the right. I want to learn myself, learn my way around this place. This place doesn't seem that complicated compared to other towns. Journey's End. Let's take a look. Made the tier 3 actions for the FC. Oh, let's take a look. Can't anyone activate them? Yeah, they're here already. So increase the XP and these ones, yeah, reduce rate. Yeah, I see we got them. Thanks a lot. Yeah, anyone in the FC should be able to activate them. Yeah, I've got them right here. Yeah, they're on. Thank you, Joshua. How you been? I haven't seen you in ages. Leveler Estate. The Leveler Estate is this flippant mansion? Jeez. Okay. As I said, I'm gonna take my sweet time through this. It's not actually my goal to annoy everyone, believe it or not. I have a feeling we're going to be coming here a lot. When I say annoy, I mean, like, always be doing story to a point where no one can watch the stream ever. I do want to have, you know, give you guys a chance to catch up. Yeah. It's one of those zones, like, it looks deceptively bigger than it is, sort of thing, isn't it? Like Alticia in Final Fantasy XV. I took a deal with Rite Aid, so they aren't going to fight the claim. Okay. I hope it worked out, and I guess if you took a deal that it saves you years of legal rubbish, because I've been through legal rubbish myself. It's not pleasant. Okay, so we've done, how long have we done so far? We've recorded 32 minutes already. Wow. Oh, yeah, something else I want to do. I want to write down the name of the quest. Oh, let me do that now. Endwalker MSQ. So we're still on the first quest, aren't we? Take a look. Yeah, the next ship to sail. The next ship to sail. Okay. What's that? 66 Q. Nice, nice. If you have any problems with things like this, where there's so many people crowded around you trying to talk to an NPC, for me, I just press F12 to target the nearest NPC, just in case that's a problem for you. That's X. What does X do? Oh, there you are. Found ya. You're in a cutscene, are you? No, sorry. Let's just leave. It gets rid of all the names you can target. Ah, fair enough. Oh, for me, I guess I changed it to something else. Hey, stop. Sorry. Alright. So, remind me at 2 PM, which is 3 hours from now, I need to publish my gaming news. Ah, Tanya. Ooh. Manhunt board. Okay, so I guess I'm not a member just yet. Yeah, my ex does something else. I can also press 0 on the numpad, but I just prefer what I said, F12. It seems to be the best way of doing it for me, personally. Alright, I'm gonna carry on the recording now. So we're already at 32 minutes, I need to make sure this doesn't go over an hour. So, okay. Recording in 3, 2, 1. So, I've had a couple of minutes to get the lay of the land, to activate all of the Aethernet shards, and just explore Sharlayan a little bit. So, let's carry on. So here's Cryo. So, I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Cool, that's complete. Let's see if what we got is any good. So when you open these chests, it gives you gear which is relevant to whatever class you're using. So I'm going to click recommended gear. Okay, so these are an upgrade. 515 versus 510. Okay, so they're an upgrade. Let me equip them. Alright, so the next quest is called Old Sharlayan, New to You. I feel like I'm going to be using F12 a lot. So, Cryo sweeps the Scions with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Mithrie and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose that we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the sea. Once you're settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldassian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Leveler estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some usual gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Oh, there's random goblins around. I do have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Thus. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you'll have me. Come, Mithrie. Sharlayan awaits. Alright, so it seems like we're going to have a guided tour of this place, even if... even if I took the initiative myself. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. G'rahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave G'rahatia behind by entering a different area, using the Ethernet or putting too much distance between you. You can also speak to G'rahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have G'rahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While G'rahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryl. Or Kryl. Okay. There are so many people here. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Interesting. So now I've got both of them following me around. So I'm not going to sprint, I'm just going to walk slowly. Okay, so this is a glowy area. Alright, let's talk to them. So discuss the giant statue in the harbour. Now that... So where is the giant statue? Okay, whatever, I can't see it. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldassian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the sea. Cool. Then let's talk to Krill. This path leading towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the deities, the divinities of their choosing. Fair enough. Alright, let's go to the next place. Okay, so we arrived, so let's talk to her. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards our cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of culinary arts in the Isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aphrodite Plaza. Okay. So let's take these stairs. It's an interesting mechanic. It's nice that they're adding more interaction between you and the NPCs in this game. Alright, let's go. Alright. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aphrodite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. I've already done that. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aphrodites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Okay. People already on the market board, people are already grafting. There she is. So welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one that has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aephorite Plaza, follow the path north, and then climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. Okay. But like I said, I really feel there are some places we're going to be visiting a lot during the story. Up these stairs. I think it's always just nice to have a change. Okay. Discuss the water features. Those little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the Great Flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ewa. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Cool. Alright. It looks nice. Let's keep going. I'm not sprinting him because I don't want them to fall behind. Let's talk to her again. This grand structure before you is the Rustra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in the mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlements I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Cool. And yeah, we have that view of the whole city there. Okay, so let's go to Journey's End. Almost there. Well, we've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nguyen Krebs built their first homes. In present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveler. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope that has proven an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldassian Annex? You remember the way, don't you? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Mithrie. Alright. So let's go. So it's nice. It's a nice little town, it's Sharlayan. It might be a nice relaxing place to sit and do some crafting. Have like the chill music playing in the background. And I do like to see when an expansion launches, all the players running around and being excited by what they're seeing for the first time. Because after a while, the population in the areas slowly goes down. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldassian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back and I brought Mithrie and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mithrie. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, an administration officer for the students of Baldassian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika? Oh yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the Isle itself vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. And yeah, it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telephoroi fall. Through the door on the left is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Arden, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from the journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus we became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Alright. So it seems we have to now go straight into the main hall. Okay. So feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon. So I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldassian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Oh, that's complete. Alright, let's see what piece of gear we got. I find that's the quickest way to check. Just try and equip recommended. So, anyway guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you as always for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks guys, and remember, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye guys. Oof. Not gonna lie, I was almost dozing off during that. Like, I want action. Hopefully soon at least we'll get into like a dungeon or something. Okay, as per before, I'm now gonna edit the video there like straight away to get it out the way. Let's just get it done. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. Because like I said, during that I was like, But I think it's also because, you know, I'm not used to waking up this early. So it's not necessarily that the game is boring, I'm just... You know, I'd rather be and stay in bed. And that's why I said tomorrow we'll probably just go back to the normal stream schedule. Let's see, part 2 and part 3. Oh, produce. Hopefully it won't take too long. Next ship to sail. Hang on, I just need to check something as well. I just want to see how I've labeled other story videos on the channel. What I'm going to do as well is I'm going to grab a bowl of cereal because I haven't actually eaten breakfast yet, which is kind of bad. It's literally just wake up and work. Work. Let's see, story. Okay, so I say story. Part 1. Okay, and start encoding. Okay, while it's encoding that, I'm just going to get a bowl of cereal, so I'll be RB. Right, I'm back. Hoping we get to a new, like a dungeon or something soon. let me eat. If like, because we know that that's Golem mode, but what about the rest of the Empire? We've really not delved that much into it yet. Yeah, I think there's a lot of detail in this place, isn't there? Now, if you skipped all the cutscenes, you would have been in this room probably within the first 5 minutes of the expansion starting. Oh wow, not too close. I mean, I don't think it's a hard choice. I think we have to do both. Mum, how are you liking the game so far? That's Garuda. Hey, what is that? Oh, that's King Mogulmog. Okay. I just want to see if they've left any like hints of what's to come. Like with one of these pictures on the wall. That's Aziz La, I believe. This is a very interesting room. I'm guessing this is going to be our base of operations. Guardian. I'm nearly done, chat. Final Fantasy IV music. Oh, okay. I never played Final Fantasy IV. Right. I just clean my bowl. I'll be right back. We'll carry on. Okay, alright, we should be good to go now. Let's carry on. So, like I said, I know that the stream is going to be very quiet because people are doing the story themselves. But whatever, at least I've returned. This is what it's always like at the beginning of expansions. Oh, I'm just checking stuff on my other screen. Okay. Organizing some stuff. Give me a second. That. What's that? That. But that. That's the thing, like, you would have thought 3 screens is enough, but it isn't. At this point, I feel like I need 7. Alright. So, we're going to carry on the main story now. I think we'll start with Kryl first. Okay. Hang on a minute. Okay. Okay, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be carrying on the main story in Endwalker. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So, we are here in Sharlayan, in the main hall. And we need to talk to Kryl. The next quest is called Hitting the Books. So, Kryl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. So, an unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouting Sharlayan's archive for historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside No Midnon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Interesting. Okay, so let's finish this quest line and then we'll come back to Thancred. Okay, so let's see where we're headed to. Ooh, the hunt for specimens. Okay, I wonder what that's about. I'll have to look at another time. Well, it's not too far away, so let's just keep it going. Well, I thought it wasn't too far away. I guess I'm still getting my bearings with the size of this place. Okay, here she is. So, my directions were easy to follow, I hope. In any case, you now stand before the doors of Nominon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only at an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Nominon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Nominon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter, and peruse its shells. Well, most of its shells. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Elise and Alphanode will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Okay, so we need to read books. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Brightly coloured book. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book. Long, long ago on the island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nyancraft. Nyancraft was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the land of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nyancraft's crew pulled them aboard his ark, and the danger had not passed. Towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nyancraft wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safely atop Alberfia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nyancraft gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Interesting. Okay, so the title of this spine reads Roads of Old, the Colony. So, many years ago, on the banks of the Faliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to the study of Ethereal Sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Fair enough. Okay. So the title of the spine reads, The Voice of a Growing City. Read the book? Sure. So in the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Alessia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resources. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. But in the year 2.1 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Cool. Right, let's keep going. On here. So the title on the spine reads An Introduction to the Heavens. Read the book. So have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think of the doom above us to be a finite spate. Yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, our scholars' depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our bound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continued to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? But the book is on the robbed subject. Search for the works that contain details of the forum and mention the history of Sharlayan. I mean, I'm just going to read them all. Apparently, I'm a nerd now. So, the spine reads, Forever 20 Summers. This is not likely it. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, you could be 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths of your pursuit. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethological, and arcane viewpoint. Wrong subject. Okay, next. Okay. Stewards of Wisdom. So, during the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Nyankrept, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their saviour, and thenceforth served as the Stewards of Wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from the strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Oh, so I basically read every single book in this place, even though I didn't need to. Alright, so now let's go back. Let's see if Krill is there. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure that I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphanode and Cryle should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant terms, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would be nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphanode and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Oh well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isilbard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Favnir. The Allegans founded a city in the fertile land. Bashir brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amios. And when I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Durnus. House Durnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilizations, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. And for some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends in the Students of Baldassian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Suave, was he not? Stories of adopted waves and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we ourselves can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Mithrie. More company should be arriving any moment now. Okay. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers of the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking certain critical details. Oh, thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days grew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics, primal of unraveled power were summoned from the Aether, the worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. I believe Hydaelyn and Zodiac was summoned after the final days had arrived, quite deliberately in fact. If we are speaking of phenomena caused by the final days, the chaos of creation magics run rampant is what comes first to mind. Fear and despair manifested in terrible tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, the erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. The more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire tower was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a kneeing sound from the land itself. Alphanode can answer this one. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, 'twas more of a gradual spread. The Armorantines spoke of a kneeing sound that rose from the land itself just before region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, as you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Nomenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell the unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac, they summoned Hydaelyn, they knocked Dalamud from the sky. Probably wrong. Surely you can't be serious. Yeah, I'm definitely wrong. That was the Seventh Umbral Calamity, hardly an event of the distant past. And even if Dalamud had existed at the time, bringing down a moon of any kind would surely only make things worse. The ancients summoned Zodiac in response to the final days. Many sacrificed themselves to bring him into being, with Elidibus serving as his heart. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render onto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have. Had Vanat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for your detailed review. Yeah, I was a big help. I feel much more confident now that I'm in my understanding of events. With all these freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi really mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forced to be able to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Well, this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but this time we began studying these research papers. Okay. At this place again. So, I'm the last one, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the sources reflections from the Gerum oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha, sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should pre-force to largely ignorant of the subject. Pre-force? Per-force? Whatever. Yeah, when you confronted Master for Channel with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to exude myself from the reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. So, for labor... Sorry, you labor for what feels like an age as Yatholah's research assistant. Great. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mama at the references will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Cool. Well, let's finish hitting the books. And now we have the next quest. It's called A Seat at the Last Stand. Elise appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Mithrie? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Alright. So, once we get there, we will continue. Sorry, I was recording. You making the guides on Endwalker like you did with past expansions? I learned everything I know from those. Yeah, hopefully. But my priority right now is basically doing the story. Because by finishing the story, I can maybe get my main to max level, and I can unlock all the areas, and I want to then do all the Aethercurrent guides. I can fly in all the areas. Being able to fly in all the areas will make leveling up gathering easier, which will then make leveling up all the crafting easier. I mean, that's the priority I'm imagining in my head. Probably should have taken the thingy. The Aethernet. I mean, I'd hate to say it, but that quest really, really was exhausting. I'm hoping they're getting all the talking and the boring stuff out the way now, so that we can get a lot of action later. But so far, we've not got a dungeon, we've not got anything. In Stormblood, like, there was a dungeon before you even got to, what's it called? Well, the zone, I can't remember what it's called. The town. So, alright, let me just get up and stretch in the meantime. It's like I said, I would hate to say that I'm bored. But I'm bored. Like I said, I hope we get action soon, like the first dungeon. This is going on way too long. Alright. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it to Elise. Let's talk to her. So, as busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? So Elise is now accompanying you. Keep an eye out at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Leave Elise behind. Okay, so she's now accompanying me. So let's see who we can speak to. So, what is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. 1 second, chat. Let me just... I guess I've been talking too much already. Let me just take a drink. Okay, I'm going to start recording again. So, you misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew the Telephoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Leveleur girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. Huh. I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Mithrie. Okay, let's see what else we can talk to. Ah, over there. So, yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping that you might share your thoughts on the Telephoroi and the unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveleur. My apologies, but I work for the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. So basically, it seems like they're not going to get anywhere unless they can end the rift with the father. So welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Elise I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the Studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphanode had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Well, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of the regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisol. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay. Let's see if I can remember where each order is. Let's see. Let's see. I think this guy is trying to bomb the the video. Let's say omelette. I can't remember. Excuse me, I didn't order this. Where's my tea set? Oh. Ah, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The Teller for Who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their Final Days. My friends and I somewhat uninformed when it comes to the current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices to the 6th Astral era, common and esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Cool. Give me a sec. Okay, stop recording. Part 3. I just want to see how long I've recorded for. Take a look. 38 minutes. Okay. But yeah, like I said, chat, so far this is really, really slow, and I'm starting to get bored out of my mind. Because it's what I was telling you guys, I think, yesterday, that when you compare single-player games like Death Stranding or whatever to games like this. These games suck. So, sorry to say. They really do. Now, I know it's only the first couple of hours, so I'll push it out. But I'll push through it. But I am bored out of my mind. I am so bored. This sucks. So... Now, I'm not saying that it always sucks. It doesn't. Like, for example, I felt like the beginning of Shadowbringers was way more interesting. Way more interesting than this. Because we got straight into the first, and then straight into the Crystarium, and then we started exploring, blah, blah, blah. Here we are in Charlium, we're just talking and reading books. If I wanted to do homework, I'll go back to school. Alright. Let me do the next one now. Let me keep recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're now at the next table. So I think we have to give them the omelette. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Well, the Telefroy. Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering when these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made it the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Okay. But last but not least... Alas, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The Final Days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Traveled the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telefroy make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the Gleamers be buzzing around in such a frenzy? Watch the Harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Alright, so let's now go back and talk to Elise, who's just over there. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Deacon has nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of tea I promised. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the prairie style, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Alright, so... Alright, once we get to where, we will continue. You okay, Mithrie? Yeah, Tanya, I was just saying that so far I find this story long and boring. This Charlian section sucks dick. Like, there's not been a more boring opening to an expansion so far in 14. Every other expansion so far, even Heavensward, was more interesting than this. This sucks. So, absolutely sucks. So, like, they could have paced it out. Maybe the library could have been a dungeon or something, like the Great Google Library. Like, because you know things are bad when even the NPCs are saying, oh, you must be exhausted after all that reading. And it's like, yes, it's boring. But, okay, let's just, like I said, let's push through it. The sooner it's over, the better. Okay. Alright, so here we are with Elise. Let's talk to her. Yes, it should do quite nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Despite the 100 witnesses.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived...
Alright.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Or they're like a propaganda machine for the Forum. Cool. Let's complete that quest. Alright, next quest is called A Labyrinth Descent. Elise is excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Nominon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Okay. So... once we get there, we will continue. Sorry, I'm back. I hope this is the first sign of some sort of action. I mean, Stormblood, even just getting... I can't remember what is that flippin' zone called? The main zone of Stormblood. Kugane. You had to do a dungeon before you even got to Kugane. You know, on the boat. I really should learn to use the thing some more. Here for currents. It might just be as well because I'm flipping tired. I woke up early for this. I shouldn't have. People have got like interesting cosplays. Okay, how long? I'm just checking how long I've recorded for. Okay, 46 minutes. So, a labyrinth. Happy. Fine. Descent. I mean, guys, how far have you done so far? Ah, Joshua. Hello. You got up and stretch as well. I think Death Stranding changed my perception. Just got to where you are. Oh, nice. Because when I was doing Death Stranding, the game was like, you never know at what turn, like a hole could appear right in front of you, swallow you up, and you get thrown into another world any moment. That's what the game felt like. It was non-stop action, non-stop craziness. For me, this is like Balam Garden in Final Fantasy VIII, but not in a good way. Because at least with Balam Garden, the action was do your exam, graduate, do the... what's it called? The graduation ceremony and so on. But for now, it's just like, we're just going around Charlie and asking about something that might happen. Speaking of which, let me see if videos are ready to publish yet. Yesterday's stream. Maybe I've been away maybe a bit too long. Yeah, I think it needs more time. Ugh, God. Like I said, thankfully, there's no deadline on this. Just, I'll take my sweet time. Even if it takes me a month to finish the story, so be it. Alright. I unlocked 3 Prince Age as well. Cool. Alrighty, let's carry on. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'm now back with Kryl. So let's talk to her. Welcome back, Mithrie. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As you observed earlier, Nominon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Mithrie and Elise learn at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telepharoi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than breaking my head in another dusty book. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Ray. Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay. Equal with Elise and follow her lead. Okay, where is Elise? Okay, right there. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll lead, so stay close. Follow her, do not fall behind. Okay. Okay, off we go then. Even my walking speed is quicker than this. How many you want? Keep up. Okay, good. The bridge, okay. Yeah. So, here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Okay. So let's go down here. I save all the side world quests for later. Another class. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right everyone, onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Okay. Okay, what do I need to do here? Weird music. Are you here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm not in the mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Aravel has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Okay. So let me think. The Raya Siege should be 58. The Cunning Seas 1059. The Snowbury 1060. Where were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with macro grass. Why not those take out then carry in? Sorry, why more loads to take out than carry in? Lol. Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes Coorphan carrots with Girabanian carrots? What then? Exchanges taught you about large shipments coming in from Labyrinthos. Okay. Then let's see what this person has to say. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. It needs hauling. I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just need a few summons ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped into our laps. Orders from the on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they are changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next expansion. Okay, taking stock in Labyrinthos. Alright. Let's talk to her. And look, Mithrie, what tales did Gleaners have to tell? Okay. So let's turn this in. So it says taking stock, large shipments, and exhausted Gleaners. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the forum is definitely up to something, and they are turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Awesome. Okay, so I think that's a good time to stop. So anyway, guys, thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Okay, that's the second story episode done. So let me edit. Have some water. I was saying that so far I'm not enjoying myself. This is really, really boring in my opinion. Of course, it's my opinion. The problem with Final Fantasy XIV is that anyone who criticizes the game in any way, God, yeah, we hate you. How dare you say anything against our god that is Final Fantasy XIV? So, I mean, I'm not asking for any sympathy, but basically, this could be better paced. Remember, I am someone who has made 1,500 videos about this game. No one can tell me that I don't like this game. Right, let me edit that video. One second. I am aware that at some point I need to go back to... What's his face? I think Fancred to accept another story quest. Before... Okay, so this was episode 1547. Hitting the books. And start. In a raid at the moment. Nice. Good vibes, yeah. The emote isn't working, yeah. Alright, honey, I'm gonna stick around. You're setting up the lore. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. I think the problem is, when I get a certain idea that I'm bored, for example, then that idea can spiral. If you know what I mean. It's sort of like I have the idea, I'm bored, and everything from now on tries to reinforce that original idea. Video's nearly encoded. There's a number of reasons. Lack of sleep. I'm thirsty, maybe. There'll be a whole list of reasons. Let me make sure the video is encoded properly. That one did. Part 2. Okay, not encoded properly. I need a break. Let me just take a break for a few minutes, chat. Ugh. Let's look around at this place. Oh, okay, so this is actually a zone, even though they said it's under Sharlayan. Interesting. Oh, hey now. How you doing? Long time. It makes me wonder. Does the quest line from Thancred take us to a different zone? Like, this quest with Krill takes us through this zone, and then one from Thancred goes to another one. It does. Okay. And I think I'll just stick out Krill for now. I think eventually she'll stop having anything for us and we have to go back to Thancred, right? Hope so, yeah. Probably, yeah. And then probably the 4th zone will require us to have completed both, maybe? Is the 4th zone the moon? Or is that the last one? That's the point, actually. Let me check the challenge log. A for currents. Okay, there's 6 zones. I really should have looked up. Like, this is probably the least prepared I am for an expansion as well. Let me get up and stretch again. I need to wake up. I don't know if anyone can help me. Because I don't drink tea or coffee. I try and limit how much caffeine I take in. It's not like I used to have them, I quit. I never had them. Posture check. Right, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Hydrate. By the way, have you heard of Amazon Prime? Oh, guessing people are doing the what's it called? Sightseeing log. But what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to upload these, and I'm only going to publish them once a day, just one a day. Even, like I said, even if it takes more than next month to publish the story fully, my YouTube channel, so be it. At least the channel will be active every day. Oh, you have your little chocobo. You guys like the sub badges? But it goes from an egg to a chick all the way to a chocobo. Then eventually a chocobo with a crown. It's like I said, I'm just taking a break because I need one. We've already done more than 2 hours worth of story to get to this point. Level 88? Okay, shall I assume then, if this is level 88, that this is like, what's it called? Stormblood, where this like zone is like cut in half. And that we can only get to the second half when we reach a certain point in the story. I've only reached the point where you arrive at the annex. Was lazy. Fair enough. That's me. So in less than an hour, my gaming news is going live. I haven't even decided which 2 pictures I'm going to post on my Instagram today. Yeah. Have you guys been watching my gaming news? I made one this morning. Oh yeah, that pre-order video needs a lot of editing. Yeah. I wonder what picture shall I post today? Because I was thinking of like 14 characters, but the problem is I've posted nearly all of them. Might just do some more summons. I do like Ravana. And who else? Yeah, let's just do summons today, chat. What are your favourite summons in the game? The Doctor. That one for nose, throat, and ears. Oh, they all have similar names. Like the ornithologist or whatever. Shiva? Okay, let's do Ravana and Shiva. Ravana. See if I can get a good picture. Ravana. That's the problem, is that a lot of these pictures are really, really low res. And maybe this one. Havana. Okay, let's do Shiva. Again, these pictures are like really, really low res. Okay, I can't find any good pictures of Shiva. Any other one? I've done Titan already. Shall we say like Garuda? Garuda. Okay, there we go. That's a decent picture of Garuda. Save images. Garuda. Okay, so today we're doing Garuda and Ravana. Let me cut them out. Oh yeah, like I said, I don't know which one of you... I mean, I don't know if any of you were here yesterday when I finished Death Stranding. But that game floored me. It left me speechless. But in a good way. Okay, let's get Ravana. Image size. It's a bad picture of Ravana, but whatever. It was meh, yeah. I mean, it's like I said, each to their own. I absolutely loved it. Like, the director's cut on PlayStation 5, it looks incredible. Like I said, you can't... The graphics we're seeing, like, well, I guess you can't compare an MMO to graphics like Death Stranding. The graphics were amazing. Okay. 27. Now just publishing my my stream from yesterday. It was great. Yeah. Branding. Like I said, I'll try and make sure if there's a Death Stranding 2 that I am there on the first day. 'Cause, 'day. 'Cause, 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 Okay. That done. Okay, a couple more minutes, chat, and then I'll carry on the story. Gonna play as Lou, yeah. I mean, if the game was made by Naughty Dog, maybe. Like, given that it's Kojima Productions, it wouldn't surprise me if the next game you're playing as a BT. I'm just publishing a YouTube video. But it's something I mentioned earlier in the stream. Last night, I got an email from Jeff Keighley. He's going to be sending me something in the mail. And I am looking forward to the Game Awards next week. So. Alright, so that's published. So in 45 minutes I need to publish the gaming news. All the platforms. It shouldn't take me too long. I've already created it, I've already encoded it, I've already everything it. I just need to actually publish it. Alrighty. Okay. Shall we try and fit in another story episode? Okay, I got some boots. Let me put those on. Okay, so next quest is called Glory Wide Rat Catcher. Much experience missions are giving? I'm not sure. Can't remember. But after, let me see, after 5 quests, I'm 2.2 million in. So I guess an average of what, 400k? Yeah, about 450k-ish. Looking at the log. Obviously, that would scale, wouldn't it? Depending on your level. This is from the 80 to 81. Let me get up and stretch again. Because I've been away from 14 for so long, part of me doesn't want to be here. So... I just need to start to get back into it. I'm sure eventually I'll be used to it. Everything will be back to normal. But for now, because I've been away from, how long have I been away? Like I said, more than a year from Final Fantasy XIV. I am not accustomed to this at all. But the thing is as well, it's not the first time at the beginning of an expansion that I felt effectively, it's like overwhelming feeling of like there's so much to do. Alright. Let's talk to Krill. Let's just carry on. So manage one step at a time. Yeah. So for now, the goal is finish the next story quest. Or do the next story episode. I try not to let them go on more than an hour. The key word is try. But ideally, I do want to finish a video on a at the end of the quest. I don't mind the grind. I usually don't mind the grind either. I think really the biggest factor I think really is that I'm battling the fact that I woke up early. I mean, early for me is like 8 a.m. 8 a.m. for me is unheard of. I usually wake up at noon. I've become a really, really lazy guy. Really lazy. Or not lazy, I'm just accustomed to my other way of living. Now chat, for those who have got further than me, is there a dungeon soon? I don't think so far in the last 4 hours of playing the game have I used any of my abilities one time. Yeah, I'm probably going back to bed soon. Yeah. Ah, there's Mom. Hello. Her Mom is just pressing ahead. I'll play for 2 hours and go back to bed, she says. Alright. Right. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna record some more story. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be carrying on the main story of Endwalker. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So, we are here in the Labyrinthos at 26, and we need to talk to Kryl. So the quest is called Glorified Ratcatcher. The Kryl appears lost in Fort. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If your game Mithrie, I have an idea. Didn't one of those Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Okay. So I can actually use a mount in this area. Okay, let's see what he has to say. You shall help me find the armors. I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Money's tight. The name is Erenville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmors is a trial. I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search in the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Okay. So, let's go. Not too far away. We're finally getting some action. Someone doing his gathering already. Not wasting any time. Okay. Rolls in this area. Search for grizzled mice. Oh. I think I went in the wrong area. Which area? Okay. Tell you what, let me take these out. Get some in my chocobo. I've no idea if this will help us find mice. Where are the mice? Oh, up there. That's a mouse. Well, you know. Oh, is there more? Okay, sorry. There's more. Of course, he just ran off. Barely have you ready to sack when the grizzle mouse scampers off into the underbrush. I remember a long time ago, we're talking like 7-8 years ago, there used to be a time when you wouldn't be able to mount if you had your summon, like your chocobo summon. you would have to go out of your way to dismiss it, or only ride the chocobo itself. You couldn't ride other mounts if the chocobo was summoned. In the old days. Okay. Rat sack. Use it. He evades again. Okay, so now we need to search for more, I guess. I'm guessing we have to go up here. There's an Aether current over there. I'll come back to that another time. Right. Okay, I've got it. Okay, now we're going to deliver the rats. So once we get back to him, we will continue. Okay, I've stopped recording for now. Because it's not exactly fun viewing to just watch me ride my mount all the way back to the NPC. So I purposefully... I enjoy it, fair enough. I purposefully don't pick up any Aether currents. Alright. So let's keep recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we've got the rats back. So how did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd moment out. Wait here for a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing that we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will you do with the marmots now? That's for the forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all. And this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Mithrie. Is this Siglina you mentioned? The one who was looking for the lost marmots? Interesting company keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the Students of Baldassian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet, I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. This plan was long in the making. They were but waiting for the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... What's wrong? I am fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Alright. So, let's see how far we have to go. We have to go quite far to the next town. So, once we get there, we will continue. Okay, I'll stop recording. Am I finally starting to wake up? Like, 5 hours later? Okay, I've been recording for 13.5 minutes. Okay. I've got about 45 minutes more I can do this episode. Oh. Yeah, I need to keep reminding myself it's not a race. I could take all the time in the world to do this, as long as I enjoy it. If I'm not enjoying it, I should just log out, right? And hopefully, when the game officially launches, then I'll get my my paladin mount. Because I did buy the digital collectors. Alright, let's carry on recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Alpha Node, so let's see what he says. So, behold, the Archeon, a Nononan serves as Sharlayan's literacy archive. So does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a matter of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Cool. So the next quest is called Deeper into the Maze. So Alpha Node is gazing into the Archeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. And I guess I'll use this as an opportunity to attune. Okay. Well, there's the 8th right just there. And what I tend to do, what I've always done, is if I see any 8th occurrence, I ignore them until I make my 8th occurrence guides. If I see any world quests, I ignore them until I'm leveling up another class. The main, I just do the main story, and that's it. Okay. Right, let's talk to this custodian. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldassian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public, are at least were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. And not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has long been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? This is as far as we can go? Apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting the answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step aside for a moment, shall we? Units of Baldassian. Huh. So we're not allowed in, are we? Oi, you! Watch this! Okay, fine, I'll grow up. Right, let's talk to Y'shtola. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I would like to pursue this one further. I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in this restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. So who do we need to talk to? Who we talk to, I wonder. Here we go. A bemused student. So, am I taking the lift? No, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but if it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oddest little squeak, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Interesting. Okay, let's see if we can find someone else. So it's shown that they could be hidden behind a box or around the corner somewhere. Okay, this way. Or completely out in the open. So what's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a Gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can find the Gleaner in this area. Okay, there. Quiet. You'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. His feathers are green, his quite distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay. So, search your surroundings for the hornbill. And then target. So I want the green one with the distinctive caw. Oops. Oh, sorry. I have to hold... Whack, whack, cuckoo. Caw, caw. Okay, that one. You hit the right bird with the dart. I was trying to hold left click to move the camera, but it was shooting the dart straight away.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
there you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
If it's a dungeon.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Hey. Obviously life will be a lot easier once we've unlocked flying in the area. Okay, it's quite far, so once we get there, we will continue. Okay. Now, I've got a lot of work to do to get all the classes to 80, even. So, because I finished all my tanks. I got one healer to 80, which is Astrologian. Obviously, Sage and Reaper are not unlocked here because they just came out today. But you can see there's a lot of classes under 80. But I also need to level up my, what they called? The AI assisted truss. So I could do it at the same time, I guess. I could level up the truss and myself by doing the trusts over and over again. And then I'll just make sure I equip the 30% earring. Mom, do you know, is this a dungeon coming up? This place here? No. Okay, lame. Alright. So let's carry on. I've recorded so far for this episode. Let's take a look. 29 minutes. Mum, it's nearly 4 AM for you. I don't want to be your mother, but... Are you sure? My gaming news comes out in like 5 minutes, so I'm gonna start publishing on like Instagram and stuff. Like your routine will go out of whack if you stay up much longer. I mean, talking from my perspective, where if I wake up 2 minutes early, then my whole day is ruined. Deeper into the maze. I need to write that down. Deeper into the maze. Hang on. Let me look at the journal. Oh, sorry. The next ship. And just making sure these lists match up. Okay. Yeah, they do. Alright. Let me start uploading the gaming news to Instagram. Instagram. I'm uploading it now. Can't finish it yet because the video itself is not published. That shucks. It's actually 6 AM. I can't count. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just publishing my gaming news for the day. To be honest, I much prefer this music to the Lahi, Lahi, Lahe? Lahe? Repeat forever. This is way better. It's still bad, but it's way better. But I'm not a musician, so... Could I do better? No. No, not that one. Gaming news. Alrighty then. Alright. Okay, so now I need to post it on Twitter and Instagram. Take advantage of the hashtag. While it's there. Hashtag. Okay, that's that. I posted it to Thingy and Thingy. Posted now on Instagram. Posts. It's now publishing to Instagram. I only have to do this once a day, so... Alright, now... The pictures I decided to do today are Ravana and Garuda. Anyone else surprised by Ravana? Okay. Okay. I need to post a picture of Garuda. Next. I'm thinking I might call it after I finish this this story mission. And then I'll just carry on tomorrow. Because I don't want to burn out just so that I can do this every single day. Let's see, Facebook. The Facebook. I'm used to random people waving at me. People crashing. I think that's what people want to do, isn't it? They just want to crash either the stream or my videos. Not crash, sorry. Bomb. Expansion day. It was I, Casper. Hello. So I'm just publishing my my gaming news videos on places because it's the time to do it. Then I'll get back to this. I'm so tired. I woke up so early for this. Might be stopping soon. One issue, I don't know if any of you post to Instagram, but one issue I'm having pretty much every single day, whenever I post anything, I get bot spam. People post like automatic comments saying promoted on blah blah blah, and every single day I report them for spam. I block them, and they just make a new account and come straight back the next day. Okay, that's Instagram done. Almost done, chat. This is like the process I do every single morning to publish the gaming news. Or this is how long it takes, I should say. Okay, one more update and I'm done. Ruda. Save changes. Done. 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 Alright. Let me, what's it called? Oh, Jesus. Someone spent $42 on the whale mount. Stretch. Okay, the gaming news is done. Close that. Close that. So far, on this episode, I've done half an hour. Okay. Alright. So let's carry on recording. As I say, chat, sorry that if the next couple of days are kind of slow. But I'm going to just be doing story. No, I pre-ordered it. My if you're referring to my tweet, what I was saying is that I didn't lose any sleep over this coming out. I would say the point I was making was don't let games or games releasing affect your life that much. Because in my case, obviously that's happened in the past. Like last night, for example, before 14, I slept almost like a baby. Whereas in the past, I would have been like, oh my god, it's coming out tomorrow, I can't wait, I can't believe it. Anyway, okay, let me carry on. Alright, so recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we made it to Alpha Node, so let's talk to him. So this must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures horned there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Cool. And then let's see what I got. Headpiece. Recommended. Yeah. So it's decent. So at the beginning, this will take you to 515. So, okay. So the next quest is called the Medial Circuit. Elise seems eager to get underway. So assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can be up again at the other end of the tunnel. Okay, well, it seems everyone else is just mounting their way through it. Let's see how far it is. Okay, it's not too far. So, let's go through. Ominous cave. Yeah, I remember all these mobs from Final Fantasy XI. We have a fight. Summon my chocobo again. We done? Okay, let's keep going. Like road by sight or by sound? Okay, by sound. Yeah, thankfully they don't follow you for too long in this game. The chocobo finished that one off. Okay, let's keep going. So far I'm about halfway to level 81. Okay, we made it. Let's talk to Master Alpha Node. So everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arvenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation of a great migration, and we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Okay, so it's a bit far, so once we get there, we will continue. Okay, let's see. The medial circuit. But yeah, how are you, McElroy? Otherwise, art or okay. Okay, in the meantime, let me carry on. So recording in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we made it here. So let's examine this destination. Nice little farm. Aha. Now I know where we are. This is Marielle's agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their labyrinth of colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribed on a card. I see no cleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the Foreign's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Okay. Wrong button. So what crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place of which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Isilbard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swathes of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Ammonius. So the forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Cool. So let's now go talk to this overwhelmed labourer. So, do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Okay. Right, the last one is over there. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? And a long way. The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. I'm afraid the forum has us feeling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed that we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for the ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Alrighty. So now we need to investigate the stacked boxes. There's obviously a lot of people doing this quest as well at the same time as me. Oh wow. So we are starting to see a variety of different enemy types, at least. So the labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seed samplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
I was totally listening.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
Alright, let's talk to Y'shtola. Yish. Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Cool. So that's the medial circuit done. So, I think that's a good time to stop for this episode, because I don't know how long the next quest is going to be. So, thank you as always for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Yeah, Jin, I'm taking my sweet time. Obviously, what makes it take a lot longer is the fact that I record all of it to throw it on YouTube. If I was doing the story just for the sake of doing the story, like, I'm sure I would have been like 82 by now. Let me edit this video. Called The Glorified Ratcatcher. But what do they say? Slow and steady wins the race. And we only do this once. Or we have to go through this process once an expansion. Once it's done, it's done. And there won't be any big story quest to do for like the next 2 years, 3 years. Because even when the major patches come out, it only offers like 3 or 4 hours of story. Okay, produce. Okay, so this was episode 1548. Story part 3. Glorified Rat Catcher. Start processing. I'll get up and stretch. To be honest, I'm thinking of calling it, chat. Because I've already been streaming for 5 hours. And I need to edit these videos, get them online, and so on. So I still have more work to do anyway. And the last thing I want to do is burn out. Like, I don't want to do like a 10-hour stream and then not have the energy to even stream tomorrow. Because I'm already really tired. So Yeah. I think I'm going to call it, chat, for the day. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have more energy because the bit in... What's it called? Take a break, no rush. Yeah. And it's Friday as well. Like, Friday's always a slow day. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be back normal stream time. Normal stream time for me, I usually start around now, around 2 p.m. UK, which is, what, like 9 a.m. Eastern is when I usually start. I only started super early today because of the fact that's when the servers were going online. But we got 3 story quests done, and also the pre-order bonuses video. So I'll edit all of them. I'll throw them online. I'm only going to publish 1 video a day, though don't, like, overwhelm anyone's inboxes. And these raw streams, I will back them up to my Let's Play channel. So, alright chat, hopefully I will see you all tomorrow, and I'll carry on from where we are now. I'm literally going to log out here. So, alright chat, like I said, it's going to be slow for now, but hopefully this will pick up speed as I get used to 14 again. So, I'll see you later. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.